Are we live at the moment? I just realized I forgot to grab water, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm here. Wrong button. I'm here. It's... I don't get why my cam overlay is always off. Well, there we go. Hello everyone. Today we're finishing Act 2. We got a lot done yesterday. A lot. All the way to Wall Ruins yesterday. So now it's time for Northern. There we go. And we enter the Northern Forest. So, Northern Forest has two ways we can enter. At least as far as I've seen. We have this one, where we are heading west at the start to get to the waypoint. And on those, we want to take the inner circle. Or the inner line to get through the cave-on. If we would try to do it via the outer line, it's a dead end. If I showed it from the bottom. We'll try to go up here, it's a dead end. So if we go this way at the start, we grab the waypoint, and then we first have to go in this direction, and we can follow that. But let's see if we can get variant 2 quickly. This is the same. So to show this again, we are walking up here. We went this way. So we're continuing this. Here the first one we are gonna be forcing. Ooh. Forcing left turn. There we go. Now it showed. Wait, what? Is my... Did I learn this zone wrong? Now I'm confused. Normally if you stay on the coast side, you lead into a dead end. You need to backtrack. Why is this not the case here? If I'm interested in how many hours I have in the game, Mofari, that is a good question I don't like to answer. I'm using standalone, so that's not an easy way to make an estimation. But I'm expecting to be in a 5-digit number at this point. Let's make a conservative case. Conservative calculation. So, how many leagues have I played? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 20. So right now I've played 20 expansions. Let's assume that in each expansion I have played 1 month consistently. And 1 month I have played for... I don't know. What's a good estimation of how many hours a day? 12. That would be a low estimation of my playtime for just PoE 1. No, because I'm playing standalone. I'm not playing via Steam. I only played via Steam for the first couple hours. So, this is the number that, well, my driver is telling me, but this is the number it's been telling me for half a year now, so I don't know if it's correct or not. So, I would assume it's at minimum for 4.5k hours. Average maybe 8k, because most of the leagues I've played for more than 1 month. But I haven't played every day for 12 hours. Some days I've played 16 hours, some days I've played 8. And the difference between standalone and Steam, it is diminishing, but it mostly comes down to league start. Some leagues at league start, the standalone has some download issues, and sometimes Steam had download issues. But it used to be that at league start, Steam had always a delay and a slower download rate. So it always took me longer to download via Steam, so I got later into the queue. So it all came down to me wanting to be faster at league start. Getting a better place in the queue and getting faster into the end game. So, why was I able to take the coastline here? Am I misremembering the directions? I'm just gonna take a screenshot this zone as well, and I'm gonna compare it when I get the other one. So I'm cheating here again. I'm not making a second image just for the small bit down there. Right. Time to see if I've just misremembered the directions or if I learned the zone wrong. And there are other indicators. So this is the other way. We are entering... This time we entered facing this way instead of facing that way. And instead of going there, we're going this way. To find a waypoint. And let's see if I just misremembered the side. So if I stick to this page, I should be... I'm not getting it in. Okay, I'm so confused. What are the... What is the rule set then? Well, time to relearn this zone. The rules don't apply, the rules were wrong. Overall, nowadays, I would argue that for 95% of the player base, just always using Steam is better. Yeah, Ramirez, how are you doing, buddy? Maybe it's the... Maybe. It's the location of the waypoint. We'll see once we get a bit more data. Hey, Betsy, how are you doing? Exhausted. Long way home. Oh, dang. So exhausted, can't even work. That has to be a very, very much exhausted then. I thought I slept well, but I'm also feeling a little bit exhausted today. This one again. Right, we had this one. Well, that's not the massive top dead end one. Is it this one? No. Thought there was a variant here where you have a massive dead end. I need to figure out how to identify it. Here we walk to this. It always looks the same. If I stick to this side, am I getting into a dead end? No. Getting to the exit. That's not the expected pattern. I'm very confused right now. Oh, okay. Never mind. This start looks different. This is rotated. This area here. Normally like this. So is this the indicator for the dead end part if I would go here now? Yes. Okay. But only the first one. Okay. That is a valuable information. Can we get this in one page? Barely. Ah. I can get it well enough. I'm missing, like, again, tiny bits. I'm really not bothering with those. We see everything that's important. So, we walk here. We notice that this is different from usual. This part. And because of that, we go here. We ignore the first opening and go for the second opening. Right, I think that is the indicator. I can't stop yawning today. What is going on? Alright, let's see if we have another variation of those are the 4 variants we have. This is this again, so let's see if we have it correctly. We get here. We ignore this. First opening, and then we continue up. Okay. Was that correct? No. What? What? My pattern! I mean, it works. We still... we didn't took much longer just because we went that hard. But stuff is not adding up. Oh well. We do need to take a screenshot of this though. Oh. Nothing I can do. So now we are back on this pattern. And if we have this pattern, we can just always walk along the water part of the edge. Okay, now we have this. And to be safe, we are ignoring that opening. this again. Wait, what? Why is this now? Oh god, this makes things more annoying. This is not fitting the established pattern, so that means I read something wrong. I need to again look at this differently. I thought Northern Forest had 2 variations and a quick be done with it. Did not expect to spend here at least half an hour. This makes things harder. Well, this should be one where we can stick to the coastline again. Yes, okay. This one. This is the one where we just in case don't take the first opening. Okay. Ooh, this is a new starting position we didn't had yet. Okay, let's see what this one says to us. See the waypoint, it's the usual question mark. Okay, this behaves just like any other zone. This doesn't make sense. What? It's the second exception to the rule at this point. Ah, man, how do I phrase that then, even? Actually, why am I constantly yawning? Holy! Why am I so sleepy? What is going on here? I had 8 hours of sleep. Surely that's enough. Wait a moment. It's just like the one I had, no? It's kind of similar to this one. Just that we do this curve like this. Hmm. I mean, this one behaves just like this one. Behaves just like... This one we walk different. This one we walk different. And this one we walk different. Everything else we just follow the coastline. But this is one where we would walk different. It doesn't take additional time, so we can just treat it just like that. don't really learn anything different from this layout. Any different behavior or anything that breaks the pattern. That's a very quick one. So I could just do 3 more resets. See if I learn anything else. So here we do need to see this part because we can't know from this that we would have to turn here. Okay. Then we walk it just the same. Entrance, this, do we follow the coast? No? Last one. Entrance, this thing. There likely is a way to know, but I haven't identified it yet. And frankly, this zone is not complicated enough to worry about that. So which one do I need to show? This one, and this one. And then I can show this one. How do I phrase that? This part here, water below, is fully surrounding the. Alright. Good enough for now, I would argue. Okay, when we walk across the bridge, we do a usual turn. I think that's set. Go in, we check this corner. Check that corner, and there we have it. Oh wait, before I forget. Which one I need? This one. This one. I need to name them. Where actually is the entrance to that room? How does that look?
I'm not up to that just yet.
Ah, here. So we always have this part. First go here. Then we go here. Then we reach the stairs, we reach the waypoint. First check this corner. There we have it. I forgot. That sucks. I forgot to mark the special room. Actually annoying to look for. Ah, here, okay. Maybe one leak, the wall skill recipe is actually important. Oh no. Oh no, I forgot to position the minimap. Hey Jay, how you doing, buddy? I am working on layouts. So we've been working again. I done it last week, but this time I'm making it on my own website. Show it in a moment. Just need to finish making the screenshot. Which improves the quality of using it or reading it tremendously. So we now have it on my website. Under layouts, you can select the layout, and when you want to actually look at one, you can zoom in by just clicking it, making it so much more convenient. It's just better to read, and it has a built-in dark mode. Yes, it's completely browser-based. It's a website. You just go to definitiveguide.com and you have everything that I create in one place. All my build guides, all the POBs, all the strategies, everything in one place. Like, yeah, website, link to my Discord, link to YouTube or Twitch if needed. Here, all the builds that I've been working on. Now, this is for PoE 2, so, wait, oops. Swap to PoE 1. If I go for Last Epoch, I also have a page there. All my strategies, basically just embedded my spreadsheet, so you have the strat overview. Why is there... Okay, weird. Beast sheet, the Harbinger sheet, the Legion sheet, just all in one place. Eventually I might take them out of the spreadsheet and embed them into the page with a better view. But right now that's more than enough. Because it still allows me to auto calculations. Sometimes we have the NA though, that might still be an issue. We'll have to figure out the exact details when I start to use it more in Praxis. It's still around. I can't do that, but once I have everything done, maybe Lilocan, the one that made that leveling UI thingy, can implement what I made into that. But I don't want to say they will definitely do it. I do not know. But it could be done in theory. Just that my images have to be made into working thingies. In these very fancy blue overview thingies. I think the ones Lilokans to use are the old ones from Engineered Eternity. They're just outdated. Because we got more stuff added to campaign which changed the layout behaviors. It's a lot of effort figuring out all the exact layout rules, so understandable that the people that do take the time to do it in their small groups or for themselves. And as videos for it just really don't. Like, it's a very specific set of people that are putting in that much effort for their interest. There's not that many that want to do it this extreme as I'm doing it. We check here. That fixes that corner. Would likely go into this room. Normally we would check there, but if we go till there, we see it, and then we can pivot. Wait, I'm still using your data pool? Oh, you mean that you set it up? Yeah. I'm still using the same version 2 of my document. Yeah. So it just took me a moment. I was on the layout. The jump back to the spreadsheet, it took me a moment. How have you been doing? What you've been up to? Oh, wait. That is not a complete image. What the heck happened there? Oh, nice. Congratulations, buddy. Glad to hear that. Yeah, family's doing well as well? Oh, awesome. Very glad to hear that. Really glad to hear that you're doing well, buddy. And your entire family too. Just has to do it like everybody else. Take a whole week off just for PoE. New, clean, this, and this. We name those to Kayvon. Right. Check this. New file. Um, I'm still on team play. I still believe that team play is the most effective way to go at a league start, but still fine tuning the size and the coverage of what we do. Still figuring out the best distribution. I also been trying to different approaches in getting into the league on what I do with my character. Do many small characters or one high investment character? That is true. If we get that in PoE 1 next patch, that is a big change on how we play with merchant tab and currency exchange. It it makes it a lot easier to trade for normal players, but power traders like people that just hide out Varia the entire league, they are just absolutely going nuts with those features. Yeah, if you are trading for a group that is less needed, now in a bigger group, like a 6-man, I can still see it, but like a team in my case, we don't need a designated trader if we have with merchant tab and currency exchange. It's very easy to liquefy. To completely hide a Varia, you need a ton of gold, but if you are just trading yourself, you should be fine. Like, you can always just buy gold services, both in PoE 1 and PoE 2. And if you have enough currency, which you have if you are full hideout warrior, you can just buy it, run it, and continue. So in PoE 1, you are forced to have one character in the maps, and in PoE 2, you can just buy items off people and sell them for gold. Interest, waypoint, secret door leading to wall, skill damage, recipe. Zone reach. Is always in the same room with two fallen pillars. What was it? Was it a fallen pillar? Was it a rubble pie? Second. You had looked a bit in doing some sort of a gold farm strat, but it seemed like not really worth it. There were people that were selling gold farm services. Okay, so it is fallen pillar. It's no, it's more like a rubble wall. Oh yeah, you said in the next book. Well, yesn't. Like if you have only one zone, but what about things with, let's say, Prisoner's Gate? What image do you show? Do you show all 11 images? In PoE 2, the layouts are way more generic and follow a way simpler rule. But in PoE 1, do we still have things like this? What image do you show? And that is just not not something that hooks me. I don't want to fix a perfect overlay. I wanted to learn the layouts. I wanted to share my resources. So that is what I'm doing here. But the next step of making it into UI is just is out of the scope that I wanted to achieve. Maybe in the future. I gonna do this. It's for those that have run the campaign once and realized I want to spend less time in campaign and to some extent need to learn the layout and not just force myself to run it over and over. Like the process I did. In the beginning I just ran campaign, then I looked at, okay, when I run this, where do I lose my time? Where do I spend too much time comparing myself to speedrunners? This is just to cut short all this. Oh, now I need to run the zones and learn the layouts. They can just look, learn the layouts, and we can focus on the practice ones, which are more fun. Um, I would say it's something neat to have up, and you can just you could just maneuver at the bottom here. Like, okay, now I'm ship graveyard, now I'm ship graveyard cave, now I'm cave of wrath, now I'm cave of anger. But it's more of these happen during a leveling run, and on an actual run, it's not. It's something that should be in your head. There's just too much information packed on those pages to be helpful during an actual run, I would argue. I think it's more for the practice ones. I would need to take the time and make like a very, very short version at the top where you just have like 4 3 notes for each zone that summarize everything else. So the overview page is decent to have on the run. Just shows what you want to do in what zone and then get to the next part. That I could see people just having on the monitor. Oh, yeah, I get what you mean, but that is again going to be more complicated scope. If I have a lot of free time and don't want to play neither PoE1 or PoE2, I could see myself maybe working on that. But for now, I'm just gonna get all the layouts done. I have, I think, 4 weeks left to do 8 more acts. That's gonna be enough for me to do. Is it the square? Can I phrase it like that? Yes, so we are expecting 24th because it's a New Zealand post, right? And for them, the league starts on the Saturday. So if it would be the 31st and they say end of October, then we might have said start of November because for them it would have been the 1st. So that's why we are assuming the 24th. Oh, wow. What language you need to learn? Hmm. Well, if it's something like I do, like documentation, I could recommend you checking out Dokusaurus. That's what I'm based. That's the base system I'm using to write my Doku variant here. Okay, no, if it's a shop, then never mind what I said. Okay. Yeah, if it's just for documentation, what I'm doing can work. If it's something that is more feature heavy, then never mind. Then you might need something else. You can also always just do native HTML.
I'm not up to that just yet.
That's how I first made the website. Just HTML code and Tailwind for styling. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, if it contains calculations, then you might need to work something out on your own. So, one thing that should help you is using either Copilot or ChatGPT. They got pretty decent at showing simple code or styling for stuff. Before I forget it again. Where is it? There. Actually, that's a lie. What am I doing? We know at this point. On the first floor, it's in a random corner. After that, it is always opposite. What am I even doing trying to go there? Um, now I'm gonna be very open about what I'm planning to do. It's pretty much not really needed for any further testing. I know very well what the plan is going in. I'm gonna be going with, I hope, a team of 3 people. One is going speed mapping, one is gonna go bossing, and one is go juiced mapping. And then we just gotta go for the most profitable variant of that form. Because I think, especially now with this character and with what I looked into this league, beast farming the entire league was at minimum, if you had a proper build for it, a 30 diff an hour strat. Completely outshadowing, honestly, if you done it properly, um completely outshadowing abyss farming and things like that. Overshadowing. Um, Mix of T17s and Pinnacle bossing. Setting resolutions to ultra wide. I have more width, but I have less size. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I did it in the Affliction League, and it kind of worked, but not perfectly. I'm not. I don't think they're adding the merchant tab in the next patch. I think we're gonna be having one more patch in PoE 1 without it. They clearly stated they will add it when it's done and perfect. That is totally fair. It's massive for everybody, don't get me wrong. I would be very happy if they added. But the part where they clearly said this will be added to PoE 1 when it's done, they clearly secured it that all these questions is in 327. Why is it not here? Where is it? Why can't we have it in PoE 1? why are you treating PoE 2 preferential or anything like that? We will get it in PoE 1 when in its full release form, and not the early access form it's currently in. I could be wrong, maybe we get it, but I don't expect it. Reading chat in a moment again, just fixing the images. Alright. You don't feel like they have the full data on the economy outcome yet? You guys said what they were most afraid of going wrong. They had just like how there are scams and manipulations in PoE 1 or with normal market, there are tricks they are doing with that system as well. Like what you said earlier, bulk selling is dead. Well, people still go for it. They still put 20 heavy belts in there, but half of them they list for divines. Or 2 or 3 they list for divines, so that when you go through, you buy one divine one and suddenly you use your currency of for twice as much exalts. And I don't think that the speed the market moves or anything could be an issue, because that is fine, right? It is more convenient, and the moment something is more convenient, more people will do it. It's like if they would automate the capturing of beast, a lot more people would be farming beast. I don't know, Jay. We need to see how they react, how the next iteration is changing. And it's also that you need to price everything manually, right? That is already a form of protection, and you have the grace period where you can still take something out before it's listed. But it's also still the case of, okay, 500 people just now clicked all on the thing they were live searching because you listed a header for 12 exalts instead of 12 divines, or 50 exalts instead of 50 divines. Now you see 500 people hitting your hideout, and you're just crying because you just sold your headhunter for 50 exalts instead for divines. There's a limit of where we need to accept that human error is a thing, but it's still causing a bitter taste for the people that it happens to. No, you cannot do bulk taps. You can do quick pricing in the sense of you put something in and the price you previously put on the last item is still the same, but you still need to hit a new enter to put it in. So you price list an item, 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 but you still need to set the price manually. It's not that everything in there is for the same price, which to be fair makes sense. Because again with the you can take it out. If I accidentally put in my headhunter in a 1 Exalt tab, well, that's rough. Now that doesn't exist yet. And it's also, instead of being, in your stash, it is a separate vendor. So I assume that there might be an iteration where it just becomes a specific tab in your stash instead of being via a vendor menu. But it could also be that it always will be a via vendor, but then that we can get bulk tabs as well. That we can get a quad tab converted to a vendor tab. If they want to avoid mistakes, then I adopter would want to make it faster with more dumpster tabs. Yeah. But it's also dump tab work the way they work because we are using those dump tabs. It's not a feature they envisioned. It's a feature we players applied to a system that it worked with. Right? Just dumping everything into a tab, and if we get a message for it, we either are selling it for that because we expect to not sell it at all, or we get spammed for it and we need to reprice. Going via the market vendor means everything is gonna be, we need to check everything we put in there, right? It's an extra step we are taking. It's a conscious step. It's not dumping anymore. We can't apply the concept of dump tabs in this sense anymore. But this also means that everything, because we can't fix it in case we get spammed, we are always going to be overpricing at first. It's always going to be that we want to make sure that we don't lose value on what we sell. So we always price more aggressive, which will always mean that initially into a league, everything is going to be more expensive. And then some things dip down fast, other things dip down slowly, but things are going to be a bit more expensive initially. Okay. That is Act 2 done. We have officially reached Act 3. Alright. Act 2 went a lot quicker than expected, which makes me really happy because I was worried I'm gonna be needing another week for Act 2. But Act 3 is gonna take its sweet time. But yeah, we are making massive progress. City of Zarn. I also think that the trade view, the way PoE 2 relies a little bit more of crafting than PoE 1. Like, with the new perfect currency, with the lack of stirrings or alchemy, so we always need to work with bases. In PoE 2 and PoE 1, we can recraft an item a lot more. So I think that the marketplace or the trade vendor is gonna have a slightly different impact in PoE 1 and in PoE 2. Like, mirror market, for example. In PoE 2, mirror items are usually not items you mirror, but really good corrupted or sanctified items. While in PoE 1, there's still the mirror market, eventually.
Fujiyama.
Yo! Right, how am I gonna mark things here? I think I'm gonna be using a green arrow for Clarissa, which is always gonna be here. At the first stairs to the docks area. And then we have the recipe here. What recipe is now in City of Dawn? I forgot which one it was. I think it was, yeah, no, that's the first movement speed one. One thing that I still don't know where it comes from, but there's supposedly a statement from Jonathan saying that the next PoE 1 patch is also gonna be a bigger one. Or rather, more than big in the sense of size, big in the sense of changes. And I don't know where it comes from. I haven't found the source myself. Wait, what was... What was the wording of a name? 1R-double-S? Alright, that's an easy zone. Alright, how was this? This was mostly in this direction. There are a few exceptions. I actually really like the energizing bolt flask effect. With having Alchemist Genius actually going faster, it just makes sense. We have lightnings when we move fast. I find it fitting. Always have this boss Perpetus here. Alright, that's the first one. So we walk up, we see this ledge, so we know that we go there. We check, we see the sewer entrance, from there we go down. And that point we walk here, we see the zone opens down, and that we know where we need to go. I'll be right back. Need to quickly head down. I'm back. this case, we have here. Here's the boss fight. And here's a sewer entrance. Meh, that's a 2-screen. Image. Bit canvas to layers. And override. Delete that one. Close this. Open that one. Full size it. Go up. There we notice we can go right. So we do go right. Here we notice that we want to go up. So we do that. And that is this zone. Right, so we have a right side entrance. We see sewers here. Go here. And we go up. Is that the best way to go through the zone, though? Yes, there's no connection, so it is the best way. We could have maybe noticed this earlier, but I don't know if there's a different layout with this start. Just in case I made both variants now. And as we record more, we're gonna see which one was the correct read. So the second read was correct. It could have also went the other way. Here we see the start of that, so we go there. And from here we go this way. Yeah, we have a lot of these entrances. So this time we go up. You see this. This is kind of this, just a different sewer position. No? Yeah, this is just a different sewer position. And this is the proof that we sometimes can't go in early. So we always go for the last one. Good to know. But it's all the same base layout.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Interesting. Okay, we have, I think, all of this entrance. Let's see, we go south. And because we went south all the way, we now we want to be here. And exit is here, yes. So we have right facing entrance. We have this. We have going here into that. Here into there. And we have this. We have this and this. There we see it. The 3 positions. And for this entrance we have the far left lower path. We have the right upper path, so we need this entrance, exit here, and where we would go like that. I think I'm missing 2 layouts. So this is the dead end sign. We're going here. We're walking till we hit a wall here. And this is the lower passage. So this is the one we already have. This entrance, we are checking, we are going south till we can't. This is this one. Is there always a connection up here? There is, okay. Can we note it at that point? Because this passage is easier. Let's see, the other ones we have, like on this one, we can't really go a whole lot of south. Yeah, we can. We can walk this differently. We can walk this, we can identify this. Hey Dario, how are you doing, buddy? Yeah, that is the build that is meant to be fast, so we can run these zones as fast as possible. I made it earlier this league for beast farming, and it comes super handy in here as well. Bit sleepy, but I'm making progress with these layouts. For example, we just learned that if you can walk south here and still south here, and it still lets you go further south, we can swap and walk north, east, and skip this entire section down here with the small passages. There's always a connection here on this layout. And it's an easier to identify one. What you've been up to? Actually, I haven't touched PoE 2 in, I think, 2 weeks now. I still have the tactician that I'm should finish getting into higher levels and use. But I've just got myself so busy with these layouts. just been running them over and over. So because we can walk here, this has to be the zone it's extending to. We walk along this edge. No, it's not. Interesting. So we need to have an identifier. This wall isn't enough. Ah, sorry to hear that. Okay, so this is the upper left layout. We just need to find a proper identifier for it. Yeah, there was a performance patch that supposedly helping with frames.
Pruning a branch can save a tree.
Maybe it's this starting position. If we have that, then the passage is this here. Make it a lot easier if we can identify the starting zone for that. I hope we can. Before I make the screenshot, let's see compared to others. This is a left-sided layout with this start where we have this wall. On this one, we have an open start. We have a wall like that, but to the right. Here it is directly in front of the player. But because it's open to the right, we're going right. Ah, I know how I can do this. And these are from the different starting position. Okay. We can do this. We have an open to the right, so we can check and then return. Because we hit the wall, we know that it has to be this. Otherwise, it would have had to be this one. But there we have this dead end on this page. Which also means on that one, we can directly go right. We don't need to go up. If I find that one again, I will re-record it. Unfortunately, your GPU is old. Was planning to buy one of the new GPUs when they launched this year. When you were, but as you think I know, the stock scarcity, yeah. I always just use a little bit older GPUs. So I never have the issue with the scarcity of the new stuff. Alright, this is my last east-facing test. We walk down, we hit the wall. Okay, so because we hit the wall, we go here. We go here. Now we go up, and it's up here. Perfect. And there's no other connection. This is the fastest route. We got the east layouts down. We now just need the west variants.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Alright. So we are here. We have this to this side dead end start. So we assume we have this layout. Yes, yes, perfect. Perfect. Being able to identify it based on the start saves so much time because we don't need to walk up till we see the sewer entrance. Okay, so here. Okay, this is just start. Right, so this is not this one. This one. We have this starting zone, we have a dead end here. So this should be up here. Oh, no, never mind. Because we had the dead end. It still is this one. Okay. There's a dead end right at the beginning to the right side. Like here again. We assume it's here. Okay, okay. Doesn't matter if we can see it already or not. Done with those layouts. There's the dead end. So it has to be here. Okay. Wait, do I have all layouts? We have entering top right. We have this, and this. Then we have entering top left. And oh, I think we have everything. We have this variation, we have this variation, and in the beginning we had this one. No, wait. This one. I don't think there is, I think there are 6 layouts here. I don't think there's one where we have a start like this, but it turns to go this way. Unless I'm proven wrong now, which I'm not. I'm gonna keep it at this. One last test. Oh, that wasn't a test, that was the same one. One last test. Not for this, for the other variation. Hey. Game. Give me a west facing one. There we go. So we can go to the right. And it is moving right north, not right south. Okay, then we have it.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
Oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted. Alright, which one I have twice? Oh. I need to swap these two. Ah, okay. I need to swap 6 with 7 and 2 and 5. So now we have no long dead. Wait. I need to swap the order of these. This should be 2, 1, 3. Because we have dead long dead end at start. We have east edge at start. And we have zone extends east. Then we have how do I phrase these? Spawn this is east edge at start. This is long linear start, I would argue. Long linear start, and then we see the and zone extends southeast. That's how we notice those. Alright. Don't really have points of interest here. Always check east at the start. If it has the long dead end, either directly or when checking further east. The exit will be in the northwest corner. But to get there, we need to head southwest first till we can move northwest. If there is no long dead end, east. But the eastern edge of the zone. Exit is northwest, but we can go there directly. Only if the zone extends east instead. And we can continue east. Exit is northeast. After, yeah, exit is northeast. Move east till you hit the east corner, and then move northeast. Actually, then move north. For the east-facing entrance, go with the same, with a similar. Always move east first. If you... There we also have what looks like an edge. Follow the east wall and can move south after a bit. This is just move east. Yeah. That is good enough for slums. Wasn't it here? Yeah. Oh no, there's a wall side area. I thought the exit is here. Or the piety boss fight.
Huntress, you are bearded.
Alright, let's see. So we always check the west side first. Because there's this variant. Either west is a dead end, west is everything, or we have the trial west. At which point it is better to log out and go from there. And this is always the piety room. Again, we walk south, we see the doors here. Means the trial has to be this way. There we see the book. When we see the book, we know where the entrance of the trial is. And then we head up from here.
Huntress, you are beatific because...
Piety. I like this layout the most. That's a very simple one. Another wall zone.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Piety room. Here we see the doors. We go here. Go down. Do the trial. Go up to piety. Very easy variant. see the trial. Unless we see the book, we haven't found the lowest point of the trial. And we have piety here.
Huntress, you are beatific.
That's why no one will miss you. That's a pretty rude ring sit, eh? Alright, I'm pretty sure I have almost all variants now. We have the we have the trial above, we have trial below. No, I just need the east variant where this is a dead end. Oh, never mind, that is... I don't think I've seen that variant often. Oh, easy one though. Holy. Can I just have this one every time I play? I know there's one absolutely bullshit long one.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I have this one? No, I do not. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of variants. It's very easy to read this zone. Just a lot of variants I need to cover.
Huntress, you are bearded because you... And that's why no one will miss you. Enough of this!
Okay, this one we have. This one we have. It's the exact same, just a different view. This one we have. Where are my left side dead end ones? Okay, finally have a left dead end. And we go up here. Stick to this side. See the trial. And piety will be here.
Huntress, you are beatific.
I'm not up to that just yet.
First check here, we see the dead end. Go here, from here we go up. Went up, there we saw the book. We did the trial. Walked up, and from here we saw piety. Alright, this means I have one variant left to find. We need a spell that automatically opens doors around me. It can reserve 50% mana, but it would really help with the campaign running. Now this is just a... just a variation of this, no? Yeah, it's different enough that I take it, I guess.
Huntress, you are beaten.
For such a simple load, there are there's just a crazy amount of layout variants to this. There's a very easy read on this. This is a super quick zone to run, but I'm still missing one layout. Alright, we got a dead end. We walk up here, we have the trial. And please be a piety to the south. Right, is this the missing one though? It is, okay. I take it.
Huntress, you are...
There's one more, a super giga rare one that I'm not gonna be searching for now. Hopefully somebody finds it on their run and messages it to me. Right. New file, crematorium, MD. Not fully. I am very comfortable with Act 6 to Act... No, actually Act 7 to Act 10. Act 6 I sometimes have a weak point. Act 3 is actually my longest act. Act 4 and 5 I'm very comfortable. Act 1 can just be a really unlucky run. I'm going through each act. I'm already done with Act 1 and Act 2. We are now working on Act 3. Afterwards, we gotta be going for Act 4. We're gonna be covering every single act, every single layout. Hopefully till launch. Well, I have this very fast character I'm running the zones with. I then use screen recorder to draw into them how we would be traversing them. I save those into a folder structure. And then in the same folder structure, I make these markdown files, which I then put them into my website. So that everybody can learn from my collections. That everybody has access to those. The whole idea is that I'm taking all the trouble now, so everybody else can have it easy afterwards. And rely on the effort and time I already spent on looking at the layouts. Alright, let's see. We have this is the south variant. And wasn't there another one? That is an east. And that is the east. We had another one like this. We have this one, we had this one, and where is it? I had one more where the trial was on one side. I thought I made an image of that. Huh? Could have sworn I made an image of that. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. So we find the trial and we find the exit, we find the trial, trial piety, trial piety, trial piety. Both up, down, up, down, up. We find the trial in the middle, we have find piety, and we have find the trial, we find piety. And we have the two variations where trial is on one side, piety is on the other side. And then we have the down variant. Okay. Let's write that down. I'm a mean PoE. I appreciate the follow. Thank you, buddy. Trial north corner, piety west corner. And then we have trial south, uh, where west, piety below, trial, trial south, piety above trial, and trial west, north, piety east of trial. Alright, we got everything noted. Then we have points of interest. We have the waypoint. We have the trial of ascendancy. We have Tolman after piety fight. Okay. Zone read. Piety and the trial of ascendancy can be seen in the fog. Still undiscovered. Then we show the two images. Then we have all right. If we instead can move south directly. We are in the south variant. If we find the trial west, but below the entrance on the minimap, it will be north. If the room leading to the trial was a linear one, Heidi is southeast, is east corner. It's more fitting. If the path to the trial was through several small rooms, Heidi will be in the north corner. If it is an east layout, move north above the waypoint, find the trial. It is at the east edge of the zone. Party will be west of the trial. Otherwise, party will be east of the trial. If the layout is west variant, check continue west. To see any identifiers of Heidi or the trial. Find the trial. The book icon always indicates the entrance to the trial. After the trial, based on the trial position, we can pinpoint Heidi's position. See West extending zone, image 1 to 3. Alright, that is crematorium done. That's better. Yeah, that's way better to see Piety undiscovered. Alright, next zone. Should be able to finish one more zone today. I can reverse one slums. That's actually kind of funny. So we have the first bust here. Yeah, we see the stash. And then we move here. We have a small room. The second bust is in this room. Because the second bust in this room and we have a small corridor here, the third bust will be here in a dead end. It's kind of funny that I can read sewers without the quest indicators at this point. I'm spending way too much time in campaign. It is not worth it at that point, but it's funny. And it's kind of fun. So we have the 3 busts here, here, and here. The identifier for the third bust is this area. Here. More like this. So we enter the zone. Go to first bust. Grab the waypoint. Then we move for the second bust. Then go for the third bust. And then we move to the exit. Now to identify the other 2 layouts. If we look here, this is again the same. Bust is here, we have a small corridor here. If we... let me get it. If we have this is a big open room. Second bust is here. This forces the third bust to be up here. If the second bust is in a big open room, the third bust is at the top left of the exit. The first bust is here in this room. Was actually one of the first zones I learned. And then the third variant. Let's see how many tries I need to get it. Not this one. There we go. If the third variant is this room. I mean, then it's here. Sorry, I meant to just. Oh, wait. Not here. It's there. And then there is here, and it's connecting up. But the next zone, Marketplace, is a pure pain. I haven't figured out how to properly read that one yet. Might need to get help tomorrow. Here, here, and here. Walk here, walk here. Hey Gato, How are you doing, buddy? I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Right. Sewers. Source D. Copy this part. Increment. With this setup, like 2 million. I actually don't remember. It's more meant to run maps fast than to kill big bosses. Like, it's meant to run strands with beasts in less than a minute. So I don't really need that much damage. Are you also using Toxic Rain, Caustic Arrow? So, this variant is an absolute speed beast. We are fully focusing on speed, and then focusing a little bit on clear and damage. So we have things like the Mage Blood, high movement speed boots, movement speed on Quiver with a Widow Hail, movement speed on Helmet. Our entire tree is with movement speed tattoos. Like, this is a very speed focused build, reaching, if I have uptime on my buffs, 550 movement speed on average, and then another 20 to 30 action speed to just zoom through the zone as quick as possible. And then adding on top of that, I have things like +8 amulet, a double dot on the quiver with the Widow Hail again, a +4 on the body because of Empower, just getting crazy levels on my Toxic Rain. And then I have a crazy Caustic Arrow setup for clear, and if I need more single target damage, I have a different gloves with a bit of damage, and Cursed to have a better debuff. And I can use this to just spam the screen while moving at a fast pace. Yeah, it was also insanely expensive. I think I spent 4 locks on it till I hit a double +4. I also decided I really want to splurge on a ring for the mana cost. And for the uniques I have, this is a perfect corrupt, this is a perfect corrupt, this is a perfect corrupt. And here I went for a max roll. This is definitely not a cheap character. I started cheap at like 10-15 div budget. And then I went all in on investment. Minimum, so the reason we craft Frenzy Charge, normally it's like +1 minimum Frenzy Charge. Negative minimum Frenzy Charges does do nothing for us. We can still generate Frenzy Charges, it just says the minimum is reduced. But the minimum is 0 anyway, right? As long as we don't have other sources of increased minimum charges, -2 minimum charges does nothing. But in the event that we hit +4 Aura Skills, +4 Chaos, and +4 to minimum Frenzy Charges, Now suddenly that would be really insane and it would be perfect. That would be a multi-mirror amulet. So for the insane chance of giga high rolling when misting the amulet, we craft minimum frenzy charge instead of a different minimum charge. The downside does nothing for us, but the upside would be huge. Southeast corner with a connection to the north and to the exit. If the second bust is in a small room after a cross corridor, this third bust should be collected first. It will be in a dead end room in the southeast corner. Alright, that has to be all for today. The next zone we are facing is gonna be Marketplace. And Marketplace has actually is one of the worst to read zones. Like, we have a simple read for it. The simple read is easy. We look, we go out here, we see that there's water, so we go this direction. And this part is easy. We find this arch with the, what is it? So elephants on it, walking to this waypoint. And now we have this here. But if the exit is here, here, or here fully depends on the factor we enter, the factor of waypoint to this, and all the walls we're gonna be finding here, based on how they are positioned. And there's just a little bit too much to keep simple. So it's gonna be taking some time tomorrow to learn the exact rules of this zone. It's gonna be fun. But it's not something I have a brain for today. So I will be ending... Actually, I'm gonna collect this zone and then I'm gonna be ending. I already walked in here, I already have half covered. Ending today's stream. This is one of my weakest zones, and I usually can spend up to 30 additional seconds to a minute in the zone. So, you're talking about this. +1 to level of all chaos skill gems. No, wait, yeah, deal 10% more chaos damage to enemies which have energy shield. It does affect the dot. It does work. However, you need the enemies to have an active energy shield, which means you can only do chaos damage. If you reduce the energy shield to 0, you lose your 10% more damage. So if you do anything that lowers the energy shield, then they don't take damage. Don't take the additional damage. Or enemies that don't have an energy shield, then it also doesn't do any damage. Check here, we see the docks. Means we go to there, to the arch. See the waypoint. We do the catacombs, and from then we head up. We see the exit and we move to the exit. Alright. I'm gonna heave. More chaos damage should affect also the dot, because that's just how it works. I would be surprised if it doesn't. Okay, we can test this very easily. PoB isn't perfect, right? It could be that it works, or PoB might be right. We can just test this. So. It's harder to test because it's not a tooltip.
God Slayer.
Alright. Where's one with full life? This one has... Oh. That was stupid. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We tested it against the archer. Keep that in mind.
Hail gods.
Why can the skill be used? Huh? Why can I not use this? What is going on here? Ah, of course. Alright, and now we have an energy shield and we can... We can use this. Alright. Now we are giving enemies aura effect, our auras. Meaning that these archers, which now have energy shield, and we now have this mastery, it took 6 seconds to get him to... before it stopped. Oh, that's the wrong one. Those are blue, we can test on those here. So 6 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we take it out again. Take a different archer that's full life here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And as you can see, they... Right. Let's take this image. And this image. Yep, there we have it. It does not work. But that's how you can test it. Alright. It should. I was expecting it to work, but it doesn't. It does not. We tested it ourselves. What was the other thing I dropped? Ah.
Godslayer, good day. Hail, Godslayer.
There we go. That's fixed. Alright. Well, I mean, a lot of this exists. Ah, Trickstar. CI version. Interesting. +3 bow. Fractured dot quiver. Why fractured dot quiver with +1 arrow instead of a double dot quiver?
Hail, Godslayer.
Interesting. 6-link caustic, but not a 6-link toxic rain. Oh, and it's going north side instead of south. No increased skill effect duration. That is interesting. Not taking here the middle section. Instead of returning projectiles, I would use Toxic Rain of Withering in your Falling Mana Forge setup. You don't need returning proj. Yeah, looks interesting. Alright. I'm ending the stream here. Thanks for watching, everyone. And I shall be back. Not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Bye-bye.